إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
Biasa tak ada bantal foil. Ada.
رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
Before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM Students' Parliament members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change to the background that IIUM SUPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance and buy our form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation to put your microphone on silent mode and turn on your video because the event will start shortly. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا
Before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM Student Parliament's members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change to the background that IIUM SUPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance and buy our form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation. Sorry, will we start again? Before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM Student Parliament's members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change to the background that IIUM SCPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance and buy our form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation to put your microphone on silent mode and turn on your video because the event will start shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. start the Parliament session, I would like to remind again to all IIUM students, Parliament members, to read according to the format given. Also, that again, before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM student Parliament members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change the background that IIUM SCPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance sent by our form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation to put your microphone on silent mode and turn on your video because the event will start shortly, inshallah. Thank you for your cooperation. Before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM student Parliament members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change the background that IIUM SCPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance and buy a form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation to put your microphone on silent mode and turn on your video because the event will start shortly. Thank you for your cooperation.
الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول
Before we start the Parliament session, I would like to remind all of IIUM Student Parliament's members to rename yourselves according to the format given in the chat box below. Also, please change the background that IIUM SUPC has prepared to all of you. As a reminder, please fill in the attendance and buy-off form, which can be accessed through the link stated in the chat box. We seek your cooperation to put your microphone on silent mode and turn on your video because the event will start shortly. We are now waiting for the number of quorum to be achieved. Until then, we cannot commence the Parliament sitting for today. It is the utmost important for everyone to fill in the attendance and buy-off form to achieve this quorum. We are short of 7 participants. Thank you so much for your attention and cooperation.
الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
We are now waiting for the number of quorum to be achieved. Until then, we cannot commence the Parliament sitting for today. It is the utmost important for everyone to fill in the attendance and buy our form to achieve this quorum. We are now short of 4 participants. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
This meeting is being recorded.
We are now waiting for the number of quorum to be achieved. Until then, we cannot commence the Parliament sitting for today. It is the utmost important for everyone to fill in the attendance and buy our form to achieve this quorum. We are now short of 1 participant. Before we start, I'd like to double check with the Commission members whether our quorum is met for this morning's session.
Assalamualaikum, hi everyone. I'm Ashraf, Head of Public Relations and Protocol of Parliament Commission. I can confirm that the quorum has been made. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Ashraf. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to all members of Parliament, all executive committees, members of IIUM Student Union Gomba, Kuantan, and Pago campus, all presidents or representatives from each Kuliah-based society, KBS Gomba, Kuantan, and Pago campus, all presidents or representatives from each Mahalla Representative Committee, MRC Gomba, Kuantan, and Pago campus, presidents of Postgraduate Student Society, PGSS, president of IIUM Ibn Umi Maktoum Club, IMAC, brothers and sisters. My name is Ahmad Dini Ashraf, fourth-year student from Abdul Hamid Abdul Sulaiman Kuliah of Islamic Knowledge and Human Sciences, and I am delighted to be your Speaker of the Parliament for today. I will be joined by my fellow Deputy Speaker, Brother Muhammad Adib Shahmi bin Muhammad Bahari, first-year student from Kuliah of Medicine. For the timekeeper, Sister Anissa binti Haslin from the Parliament Commission. We would like to welcome the members of the hall to the IIUM Student Parliament Central ISPAC Emergency Sitting. For your information, this Parliament is streaming live on IIUM Student Parliament YouTube channel. Brothers and sisters, before we begin, let us now sing Negaraku, accompanied by IIUM song and Asma'ul Husna.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge with the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together, we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Ikra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Arabi. Together, we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Ikra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all the world for mankind.
نسألك يا من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم اللطيف الخبير العليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيم الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحسن المبدع المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البر التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل الصلاة على أسعد المخلوقات كسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون.
Brothers and sisters, to gain blessings from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I would like to invite Brother Lutfil Hadi, third-year student from Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law, to recite the dua. Please welcome.
Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim. Praise to Allah, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who follow his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessed morning, in conjunction with the IIUM Parliament Commission emergency sitting, we beseech thee and grateful towards you in favor of all innate blessing to us, your humble servant, to live a safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to steer clear all events and things that will determine the progress of this event. Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide IIUM to greatness, peace, glory, and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mardatillah. Make us your righteous servant that follow your commands and neglected the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoings. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbil Alameen. Thank you, Brother Lutfil, for the dua recitation. Members of the hall, we will proceed today's parliament with briefing on the flow and etiquettes throughout this sitting. The tentative of our emergency sitting for today is shown and as stated in the screen. The flow and etiquettes are as follows. Firstly, the quorum. At least 1/2 of the fixed members must be present at the parliament for its proceedings. Secondly, list of voting members will only for fixed members according to the standing order, which consists of, firstly, all executive committee members of the IIUM Student Union Gombak, Kuantan, and Pago campus, all presidents or representatives from each Kuliah-based society, KBS Gombak, Kuantan, and Pago campus, all presidents or representatives of the Mahalla Representative Committee, MRC Gombak, Kuantan, and Pago campus, the president of the Postgraduate Student Society, PGSS, the presidents of IIUM, Ibn Umi Maktoum Club, IMAC, are allowed to vote. For the voting of the motion, you only need to vote A, for, or B, against, or C, abstain, which means you do not want to vote agree or disagree. The total of voting members will be deducted from the number of abstain. And thirdly, the etiquettes. Always remain in mute mode. Do not unmute unless you get approval from the speaker or deputy speaker. To get approval to speak, do key in your full name, matric number, society represented, and whether you want to amend, debate, suggest, or question in the chat box. Amendment can be applied to the title of the motion. Motion is open for the first 50 minutes of debate. The motion can be amended in all or any following methods: by leaving out certain words in order to insert other words, or by leaving out certain words, or by inserting or adding other words. If you want to cancel your request to speak, please delete your details in the chat section. The speaker and deputy speaker reserve the authority to mute any members that breach any rules and etiquettes. Always be straight to the point when delivering your speech. Do not repeat the same amendment, argument, suggestion, or question. Observers may only give their opinion when all members have done debate but do not have power to vote. Motions will be approved and accepted if it receives a simple majority from the attendee. The time allocated for each session, the presentation of motion will be 10 minutes. The debate of the motion will be 20 minutes. And if we have a break time, it will be 5 minutes. The voting of the motions is 5 minutes. And the announcement of result of the motion is also 5 minutes. Therefore, before we begin, I would like to welcome the members of the hall to the IIUM Student Parliament Central ISPAC Emergency Meeting on 26 March 2022. As a reminder, anyone who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion during this debate session, you are required to write your name and society in the chat box. The order will be decided by the name order in the chat section. I would like to inform the members of the hall, once the amendments are approved, we will continue to sit with the approved amendment immediately. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite Brother Nabil from IIUM Student Union Election Commission to present the first motion, which is the endorsement of additional IIUM SU Election Commission members, Tribunal, and Audit Committee.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you, honorable speaker. May I present a slide for the endorsement?
Yes, Brother Nabil, you may.
Okay. All right. Thank you, members of the Parliament Commission. Very good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to the honorable speaker of the House, Mr. President of IMSU, officer from IMSU, presidents from MRC, and presidents from KBC. My name is Nabil Hazib bin Yazid, and I am the chairman of IMSU Election Commission 22 and 23. Thank you for attending the request for emergency parliament sitting today. So without further ado, I will present the first motion for today. So the first motion is on the endorsement of additional IMSU Election Commission members, Tribunal, and also Audit Committee. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right, so these are the names and the names of the additional IMSU Election Commission, Tribunal Committee, and also Audit Committee. So I have no justification or explanation on the names. So but these are the names that we have to be that we have to endorse for them to officially to be an official members of IIMSUEC, Tribunal and also Audit Committee.
Thank you to the presenter, Brother Nabil. Now we will move on to the debate session. This session will be open for 20 minutes for anyone to discuss the motion. Please type in your details, which are name, metric number, society, and action, such as question, suggestion, and amendment at the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. The debate speaker will be on a first come, first served basis. The first speaker is the first to correctly comment in the chat box according to the guideline given, and then so on. We will wait for 2 minutes, and if there are no one who want to debate, then we will continue with the voting. As a reminder, for those who want to debate, please type in your details, which are name, metric number, society, and action, such as question, suggestion, and amendment at the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. I would like to invite Brother Dia for the debate. You may speak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Am I audible?
Yes, Brother Dia, I can hear you.
Before that, I very apologize because I cannot change the background right now. Before that, can you show back the list of the name? My concern is is it sufficient to have only one for the audit committee? That's all. Thank you.
I would like to invite Brother Nabil to answer the question.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker of the House. Thank you, Brother Dia, for the question. For the Election Audit Committee, currently, supposedly, it will be 3 members of the Election Audit Committee, but we just we have contact, or we just get a confirmation from one of the 3 people that we approach and contact as an Election Audit Committee. So to answer your question is, for today we only have the confirmation for Sister Amira Yasmin. For the other 2, we are still contacting and reaching out to them for them to agree as an members of the Election Audit Committee. So further endorsement of the two more members will be discussed with IMSU and also PC on the mechanism to endorse the 2 more of the members of the Election Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Nabil. We are still open for anyone who wants to debate. We'll wait for 1 minute. If anyone wanted to debate, please type in your details, which are name, metric number, society, and action, such as question, suggestion, and amendment at the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. I would like to invite Brother Darwish to talk. You may speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Respected Election Commission Chairman and all members of the Parliament. I have one question with regard to this endorsement. I believe overall this endorsement is a needful one, in which we have vacancy in several positions, and I see several names proposed to fill the vacancy. However, pertaining to Election Tribunal Committee, I see new names suggested in this endorsement, which are Assistant Professor Dr. Safina binti Saleh, and also Brother Muhammad Khairil Anwar bin Muhammad. Perhaps if it doesn't bother the Commissioner, can we be provided a brief background of those who are in the screen, those who are being proposed to fill in the vacancy in the tribunal? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Darwish. Now I would like to invite Brother Nabil to answer the question.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Brother Darwish. Sorry for the noise. To answer your question, as stated, as an election tribunal committee, we are searching for students, and also the election tribunal committee for the last election and current also the rules of election consists, and also the terms of reference to us consists of 3 members, 2 from 2 students and also 1 from the lecturers. So that what is stated in the terms of reference of the tribunal committee. So for Sister Professor for Dr. Safina and also Brother Khalid Anwar, we approach them as they are in their expertise of the tribunal committee. So as a tribunal committee deemed that the members have a knowledge or expert in law. So Dr. Safina is a lecturer in ICON, and also Brother Khairil Anwar is a student, second year student from ICOL too. So I hope that brief explanation can answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Election. It's answer my concern. Thank you.
Thank you to Brother Nabil for the answers. We will now wait for another 1 minute for anyone who wishes to speak Please type in your details, which are name, metric number, society, and action, such as question, suggestion, and amendment, at the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. Members of the hall, we will now proceed with the voting for the first motion. Please be reminded that observers may only give their opinion when all members have done debate, but do not have power to vote. Please cast your vote by voting in the poll provided. The time allocated for the voting is 5 minutes. The members of the hall will now vote for the first motion, the endorsement of additional IIUM SU Election Commission members, Tribunal, and Audit Committee. The result of the endorsement of additional IIUM SU Election Commission, Members, Tribunal, and Audit Committee is accepted with a vote of 0 reject and 0 for abstaining, and 100% vote, which is 38/38 for accept. Brothers and sisters, we will now have a break for 5 minutes. Please be reminded to enter the Zoom meeting at 9:56 a.m. before we start our next session. The next session will be chaired by our Deputy Speaker, Brother Adib Shahmi. Thank you and Assalamu alaikum.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati penghulu kami, Nabi Muhammad, dengan berkatnya menyelamatkan kami dari petaka dan kerugian. Ditunaikan segala hajat, disucikan dari segala kejahatan, ditinggikan derajat di sisimu, diterima segala amal kebaikan di dunia dan akhirat. Dan juga rahmati keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad salatan tunjina biha min jami'il ahwali wal afat wa taqdi lana biha jami'al hajat wa tutahhiruna biha min جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, dengan berkatnya menyelamatkan kami dari petaka dan kerugian. Ditunaikan segala hajat, disucikan dari segala kejahatan, ditinggikan derajat di sisimu, diterima segala amal kebaikan di dunia dan akhirat. Dan juga rahmati keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad salatan tunjina biha min jami'il ahwali wal afat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Syami bin Bahari, the Deputy Speaker, and I will take over to chair the sitting for today. We will now proceed to the second motion. As a reminder, we will have a discussion session related to the motion presented. Therefore, anyone who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion, members of Parliament are required to write your name and society in the chat box. The order of speakers will be decided by the order in the chat box. So now I would like to call upon Brother Nabil Hazid from the IIUM Student Union Election Commission for the second motion presentation, which is adding a new clause in the election rules and regulations, locality-based voting for general seats, Deputy President 1, Deputy President 2, Deputy President 3, Vice President 1, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 1, and Assistant Treasurer 2. Brother Nabil Hazid, please welcome.
Thank you, the Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House. Can you present my slide? Thank you. Thank you, members of Parliament Commission. So for this motion is adding a new section on interpretation and election rules and regulation. Next slide, please. So for the first one, is to amend the section, to add a new section, section 35 of the regulation IMSU election 2022. Subsection 5, voting shall be conducted by locality as specified with the IMSU election commission for A general seats, Gombak, President 1, Vice President 1, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Treasurer 1. For Kuantan, Deputy President 2, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 2. Next. Next slide. For Pago, Deputy President 3, and for the office seats will be explained later in the third motion. Next slide. All right, so just like I mentioned before, for the offices will be explained in the third motion. So, it will require to add an interpretation on the meaning of office seats. That office seats means the Office of Welfare, Education, Office of Internal Affairs, Public Relations and Privacy, Summarization and Student Development. So the explanation will be on the third motion. Another one is section 2 of the IMSU election regulation. Candidate workshop means the candidate competency workshop and the examination organized by the election commission. I think that's all for the next slide. Is there any slide anymore? Right, so the ground of consideration. So for the voting by locality, as per agreed by the members of Parliament in the emergency Parliament sitting on 22nd March 2021, that the Parliament members request the election commission to amend or add a section in the rules and regulation, election rules and regulation, to vote by locality, for three purposes: Kuantan, Gombak, Kuantan, and Pagok. And second one is definition of workshop candidate. It is to ensure that all candidates that contest in the election, in the upcoming election, shall sit for the examination prepared by the election commission after finishing their workshop. Therefore, the examination will not be an option but compulsory for all candidates. If I may explain a bit more on the definition of workshop candidate or the candidate, it will be the examination would not be an option but compulsory for all candidates. It means that if a candidate doesn't attend and didn't give any justification, strong justification why he or she didn't attend the examination at all three purposes, he or she will be automatically disqualified as a candidate in the for the election, to run for the election. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenter, Brother Nabil. Now we'll move on to the debate session. Any member of parliament who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion are required to type in your details, which are your name, society, and action, such as question, suggestion, and amendment, in the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. The House recognizes Brother Darwish and will open to speak for the all.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I need a minute to open IMSU Constitution. If it doesn't burden the whole parliamentary member, I would like to first clarify on several important terms to ensure everyone understands about the overall discussion. Firstly, I would like to appreciate and thank Election Commission for proposing this motion, in which it involves additional definition and also interpretation into our Election Commission rules and regulations. So let me check again. Pertaining to the second motion here, I have several questions, but before I go to that question, allow me to mention a bit about what we have in our IMSU Constitution, because it's kind of important to understand the overall system. In our IMSU Constitution, if parliamentary members can open to our Constitution, there might be question among members: what is the difference and definition of generalship, and how can we define office seat if the intention is to be implemented? So generalship in IIMSU Constitution means seats which are contested by a normal member, which is voted by all members of the association. So as we can see, and cross-refer to IMSU election regulation, it refers to the section 25, which says here I see they want to add a new subsection, which is subsection 5, which says voting shall be conducted by locality as specified by IMSU Election Commission. So I just want to clarify here, the previous IIMSU Constitution and also IMSU election regulation only allow general seats to be voted by every members from all three campuses. So this additional interpretation will allow this additional subsection will allow voting by locality only to general seats. Okay, that is the clarification. So about the second idea, to add a new interpretation or a new section, or I believe it's come from the same purpose of additional interpretation, which is A, it says about general seats, B, it says about office seats. So here, I believe it's quite important for us to understand whether office seat definition can be added if this clause to be amended. Hence, it means it will also affect IIUM-SU constitution. So this is my concern, and I think I would like to seek clarification from the Parliament Commission. Perhaps the deputy speaker or our respected speaker can give clarification on this. Within my intention and also understanding in terms of the administration, the overall structure and overall style of coordination under the concept of separation of power in our union structure, I see the motion submitted by Election Commission is being submitted upon the power given to them under the amendment section under the rules and regulation, which is section 37, which say IIU Election Commission may amend any provision of this regulation with the endorsement of the Legislative Assembly, in which our current sitting is the Legislative Assembly lah. So I appreciate that the motion is submitted here so that IIU Election Commission can amend any matter pertaining to election, our union election. However, the power given by the rules and regulation only the power to amend provision of this regulation only, the IMSU election regulation. If we cross refer to check at IMSU constitution, if the amendments will affect amendment pertaining to IMSU constitution, we need to check it into the clause 16 of IMSU constitution, amendment of constitution. The rules shall not be amended except by resolution of a general meeting. Such amendment shall take effect on the date of their approval by the registrar. Any amendment to the rules shall be forwarded to the registrar of society within 60 days of being passed by general meeting. So here I see there is quite an issue of unconstitutional approach in if the motion is to be discussed, if the motion is to be if there is any changes affect IMSU constitution, and hereby after see the slide is now, I see of course this section of 25, it will not only 25, it will affect several sections and clauses in IIUM-SU constitution. So the clarification I need is whether Legislative Assembly has the power to discuss about this thing before I come to my question.
Thank you, Brother Dawish, for raising that concern. So the Parliament Commission takes note of the issues that have been brought up, and under discussion later on between the Parliament Commission, Election Commission, and I believe Brother Dawish from the Student Union, I will recommend to be discussed in a separate room for a more discussed issue regarding on this technical matter, I believe. So later we'll entertain this regarding during the break. So with that, I would like to return the floor back to Brother Nabil.
Sorry, which question that I should explain or answer on the matters of? Okay, can you repeat it again, please?
May I request Brother Darwish to simplify the question being directed to the Election Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry if I did not go simple just now, but apologize to Mr. Deputy Speaker. I did not impose any question yet just now. I only seek for I gave clarification about several provision in INSU Constitution, and also I seek for clarification about the verification. I seek for clarification whether this sitting can actually make any decision that will affect INSC Constitution. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Brother Darwish. For that clarification, later on the IAM Parliament Commission will organize a breakout room during the break to actually clarify this issue together with the other Parliament Commission. Alright, so proceeding on, are there any other members of Parliament wishing to speak on this motion? If there are any members of Parliament who wishes to speak, please insert your details, which are your name and society, in the chat box. The House recognizes Brother Adi from IIUM Student Union. With that, you may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My voice can be here with all the
Yes,
members?
you're audible.
Okay. I want to ask six for the clarifications. In terms of what Darwish have been said, in terms of the constitutional, may I get the clarification from the honorable speakers and also Parliament commissions and others members? Is there any provisions that deny or rejects any amendment in terms of election regulations, or maybe amendment towards the constitution to be discussed in the parliament before we approve and brought this item to the AGM? Can I get the clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother ID, for that. Thank you for that. Under clarification of the motion itself, I believe we can also discuss this together from the Parliament Commission, Election Commission, and also representatives, including Brother Darwish, as well in the breakout room later to actually clarify on this technical issue. So, seeing that there are issues on this matter, I believe it is best to actually discuss this during the breakout room between the Parliament Commission, the Election Commission, and also any representatives from the Student Union for the clarification on this technical issue. But before that, we'll be having a break of 15 minutes, and now it's 10:14. The breakout room between the Election Commission, Parliament Commission, and Student Union will begin around 10:20. All right.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار
Okay, so Arifin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So kita dapat perbincangan lah berkenaan apa berkenaan sikit technical issue berkenaan bagaimana motion ni lepas. So rasanya kita kena rujuk tiga dokumen sebenarnya sekarang ni kita kena rujuk. Setting order. Sekejap, boleh forwardkan setting order tak? Sebab phone baru saya tadi setting order. Okay, baik. Kita ada isi punya ni ke?
Ada. Sekejap. Sebenarnya regulation kan? Sebenarnya regulation.
Sebenarnya regulation.
Tadi question macam mana motion tu boleh approve kan?
Extension tu dia tanya tadi. Dia tanya berkenaan apa isu technicality. Oh, kat YouTube dengarlah apa yang kita bincang dalam backup room.
Yeah.
Ada orang Roger.
This meeting is being recorded.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absar وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifa wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absari wa ضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absari wa ضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absar وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah, rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absar وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, badan dan kesembuhan. Cahaya bagi
I hope all Parliament Commission members, Election Commission members, and student union members have re-entered into the main hall. All right, so thank you very much, and I apologize for the delay. The breakout room now has been discussed among the three student union, Election Commission, also Parliament Commission on the issue being brought up just now. And for the discussion itself, I believe that I will address to one issue regarding, I believe, from Brother Edi, which we have clarified just now under the IIUM Student Union Parliament Commission Central Standing Order under Article 3.4J to debate on the students' welfare issue from aspect covering in Clause J, which in any topic deemed necessary by the selection motion committee. And in this regard is of the motion being brought up and also being entertained during our parliament sitting for today. Right. So I believe from the discussion just now, I would like to just simplify on the discussion has been brought up between the three different sides of the articles and also clashes between the standing order and also constitutions of the student union and also the election commission itself. So I believe for the discussion, we will be bringing this up into the third motion itself. So be proceeding to actually discuss on the other remaining aspects of the terms on and the amendments of the clauses itself. Right, so we'll be proceeding to continue on debate. So if there are any other members of parliament who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion on the motion itself, you may type in your details, your name, and also your society represented in the chat box. Right. So the hall recognizes Sister Izzati from IIUM Student Union. You may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to ask one question in regards to the second motions, where it has been stated that there will be workshop and examination. My question is, who will be the examiner and who will check and who will be the examiner and who will check the mark, the exams, the questions answered by the candidates. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Izzati. So I believe this question already directed back to Brother Nabil. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Sister Izzati, for raising the issue, the question. So for the candidate competency workshop from EC Election Commission, we will organize the candidate competency workshop in the upcoming election. The examination and the candidate competency workshop will be organized by Election Commission in collaboration with all the RSDC. And the examination is on the topic of unionism. What the details is yet to be discussed. It's not yet to be discussed. And the candidates who will sit for the examination will sit for the examination physically for each according to their campuses. So if he or she is from Gombak, he or she will sit the exam in Gombak. The same as in Kuantan also, Pago. The examination and also the examination or essay, I will call it an essay. Examination is basically the type or write an essay. It's basically will not be marked. So the exam, the essay will be typed. The candidate will type out or write the essay, and I will send to the election commission. But the election commission will not mark it or evaluate the essay. The election commission will post the essay as it is in our social media platform and to be circulated among the students of IIUM. For the students of IIUM or basically the voters, evaluate their candidate competency in terms of their understanding in the idea of unionism. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Brother Nabil, for that clarification. So are there any other members of parliament wishing to speak on this motion? You may type in your details in the chat box. Are there any members of parliament wishing to further speak on this motion? Last call for any members of parliament wishing to speak on this motion. If none, we'll proceed to break before voting session. All right, Brother Darwish, you're recognized. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is concerning to the clarification being made by the Parliament Commission just now, in which the discussion will be continued, but the interpretation for several several part of the section, so as proposed by the Election Commission, is subjected to the approval of the next motion or the approval in the platform where it can be confirmed. So there is what I understand. So is there any need to amend the naming of the motion, like adding a new section and interpretation in the election rules and regulation, subject to the confirmation in its meeting, something like that, yeah. Subject to the approval in its platform of decision making.
Thank you, Brother Darwish. So I believe in regards to amendments of motions, if there are any amendments regarding to the motion that has been presented, you may refer to the standing order for any amendments being brought to the motion that has been discussed. So I believe, I hope that answers Brother Darwish. For reference, in the standing order itself,
Yes, in section 26, amendment to motion. When any motion is under consideration in Parliament, an amendment may be proposed to the motion if it's relevant thereto, and the motion can be amended by leaving out certain words in order to insert other words, by leaving out certain words, or number 3, by inserting or adding other words. So that is what I propose, to insert additional words, which is subject to confirmation in its platform of decision making.
Thank you, Brother Darwish. I believe for that amendment, you may pass it on to the Secretariat, which later will be discussed by the Parliament Commission. If there is an amendment to the motion, there will be a voting on it, and for the voting of the whole motion of itself. So later on, you can forward that to the Secretariat of the Parliament Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
So, Sister Anna Sofia from IIUM Student Union, you are recognized. You may have the floor.
All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the room and the floor. First of all, to benefit, all the Parliament members and also all IIUM students who are viewing these sessions, I would humbly request, for any kind of sharing of clause or anything to be, if possible, shared on the screen, because I believe all, even members of the seating, some, or many might not get all the resources or reading materials needed in advance. So I humbly wish if any kind of materials referred in the sessions can be shared. So even the students who are watching this live sessions can also view it and have a clear view on the discussion that is happening. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Sister Ana Sophia. The Parliament recognizes and understands that concern, and further later on, I believe the Parliament Commission will direct that. But any concerns, whether it will be shared via screen or via chat, later on will be finalized by the Parliament Commission itself. So later on, inshallah, if for other future references to any clauses or articles, whether it's from the Student Union Constitution, from the Standing Order, or from other any documents regarded, we will be presenting for other members of Parliament and also observers. All right. So thank you very much. So the House recognizes Sister Asma from IIUM Student Union. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Asma Hamida, metric number 1819896. With regards to the examination for candidates, will the question be the same for next year, or the question for the examination will change throughout the years?
Thank you, Sister Asma. So I believe I'll direct this question to Brother Nabil. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Sister Asma, for the question. For the examination question, it is subjected to the current tenure of the Election Commission to determine the question or the subject or the essay that the candidates have to write or answer. So my answer is subject to the current tenure of the Election Commission that will determine the question or subject or theme that the candidates have to sit for the examination. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brother Nabil. So I believe that's all for the debate session, since we are running out of time. So I believe in the chat section, we have a proposal to amend by Brother Darwish to add, quote, subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in IMS Constitution. May I have clarification from Brother Darwish in which part is it added from the original second motion, which is adding a new clause in the election rules and regulations?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Deputy, what's the question?
So I believe the full motion that you're are proposing is adding a new clause in election rules and regulations, locality-based voting for general seats, and adding it at the end of the motion, which is subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in IMS Constitution. Correct?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Brother Wish. All right, so now we will have a break of 2 minutes before the voting session, and later on we'll be voting on 2 items. First, on the amendment, whether the amendment is approved to be added into the motion, and secondly, if there are any changes to the motion, whether the motion is accepted or not. So inshallah, I'll be resuming at 11:03 a.m.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha, wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha, ونور الأبصار وضيائها، وعلى آله وصحبه.
Members of the hall, I apologize daily. There seems to be a technical issue on the voting system. So for the voting, we will be having for the amendment a Google form, and later on for the motion itself, we'll be using via the Zoom polling system. So for the Parliament Commission to create the Google form, we'll be continuing the break. I'll be resuming inshallah at 11:09 p.m.
Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha, wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha, ونور الأبصار وضيائها، وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. Ya Allah rahmati dan berkati penghulu kami Nabi Muhammad, penyembuh dan pengubat bagi hati, kesihatan tubuh badan dan kesembuhannya, cahaya bagi penglihatan dan sinarannya, dan sejahtera ke atas keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad.
Members of the hall, thank you for the extension of the break. So, inshallah, as provided in the chat box from the IIUM Student Union Parliament Commission by Ashraf, you may access the regulations, standing order, and constitution of the IIUM Student Union, IIUM Student Union Parliament Commission, and IIUM Student Union Election Commission in the link provided in the chat box. So, in any reference of the articles or clauses within any tree, we will provide within the chat box for reference of all the other parliament members. So inshallah, we'll be proceeding to the voting on the amendment proposed by Brother Darwish Roslan from IIUM Student Union, which is from adding a new clause in election rules and regulations, locality-based voting for general seats, Deputy President 1, Deputy President 2, Deputy President 3, Vice President 1, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 1, and Assistant Treasurer 2, to add, subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation affect changes in the IIUM Student Union Constitution. So you may access the voting for the amendment within the chat box. As in the chat box. So to all members of parliament, please cast your vote in the poll provided. The time allocated for the voting is 3 minutes. I would like to remind all members of parliament that voting for the amendment on the motion is in the chat box. So I would like to urge all members of parliament to vote as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I believe there's a point of order issued by the IIUM student representative for Ivy. Yes. May I know this concern?
Mr. Speaker, point of order 30.3, 30.4, may I ask in this regards of the matters. Firstly, can I know why we use the G form instead of the poll features? And secondly, when using the G form, our voting will be known lah, kan? Is it okay to be known, or it's believed to be secretive is more better version? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother ID. So I refer to the Central Standing Order, Article 30, Clause 30.3. The voting process is to be held through the method of show of hands by all members, and the Secretary is responsible for the counting of votes. And that is in reference to physical Central Parliament. But in case of online, yes, we are using supposedly the Zoom poll session. However, let me clarify to all members of parliament. Currently, the Zoom meeting we are using is not the original or the Zoom account that is owned by the Parliament Commission. However, it is borrowed from a kuliah Zoom meeting account. So currently, for us to create a new poll via the Zoom itself, needs to have the authority, which is supposedly from a member of the kuliah staff, in which we have no access currently at the moment. So in order to cater to that technical issue, we are supposedly using the Google form to execute for the voting on the amendment. On regards to the issue of the voting concerns, for the voting, yes, we do acknowledge that the voting must be kept in clairvoyance and in secrecy. However, in this issue, it wouldn't be presented. However, it is only to ensure that voting only goes once per member of parliament, and we will only be checking on the emails based on the database that we have, so that we can ensure that all the voting is only by the members of parliament, which we executed in order to make sure that the voting is not per se other non-fixed members or not any of the current members of parliament current at this rate. All right. I hope that I actually answered the question from Brother ID.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just hope that Parliament Commission just hold the secrecy of our votes lah. I'm just worried about the anonymity. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, Brother ID. Yes, we do. Inshallah, we'll uphold further. I apologize to all members of parliament. Currently, our parliament commission is checking the emails that have been submitted. Inshallah, when the results have been confirmed, we'll be announcing it as soon as possible. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. Members of the hall, the results for the voting on the amendment of the motion of adding a new clause in the election rules and regulations, locality-based voting for general seats, Deputy President 1, Deputy President 2, Deputy President 3, Vice President 1, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 1, and Assistant Treasurer 2, subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in IIUM Student Union Constitution is accepted with a vote of 34 for 0 rejecting and 0 abstaining. So that is for the amendment of the motion. So now we will be proceeding to the voting on the motion itself. So since the amendment has been voted, has been accepted, we will continue to vote on the motion itself, which is we will continue to vote on the motion that has been amended, adding a new clause in the election rules and regulations to locality-based voting for general seats. Deputy President 1, Deputy President 2, Deputy President 3, Vice President 1, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 1, and Assistant Treasurer 2, subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in IIUM Student Union Constitution. So, inshallah, we'll be proceeding with the voting. Please be reminded that observers may only give the opinion when all members have done debate, but do not have the power to vote. To all members of parliament, please cast your vote in the poll provided. The time allocated for voting is 5 minutes. So just for clarification, currently our voting is for the motion. Previous voting was on the amendment that has been proposed by Brother Darwish from IIUM Student Union. So currently we're voting for the amended motion that has been approved just now. So I hope that all members of parliament can vote in the poll provided within the time provided, inshallah. Members of Parliament, the result of the second motion, which is the adding a new clause in the election rules and regulations, locality-based voting for general seats, Deputy President 1, Deputy President 2, Deputy President 3, Vice President 1, Vice President 2, Assistant Secretary 1, Assistant Secretary 2, Assistant Treasurer 1, and Assistant Treasurer 2, subject to confirmation and appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in the IIUM Student Constitution is accepted with a vote of 33 accept, 4 against, and none abstaining. Dear brothers and sisters, we will now proceed to the last motion of today's sitting. As a reminder, we will have a discussion session related to the motion presented. Therefore, anyone who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion, members of Parliament are required to write your name and society in the chat box. The order of speakers will be decided by the order in the chat box. So now I would like to call upon Brother Nabil from the IIUM Student Union Election Commission for the third motion presentation, which is the amendment of IIUM Student Union election regulations. You may have the floor.
Thank you, the Honorable Deputy Speaker. May I request to present my slides? Right. So thank you again, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House. So for the third motion is on the amendment of the election rules and duration. Next slide, please. The amendment are on Section 3, Subsection 1C of IIMSU election rules and regulation. Without prejudice to other provisions relating to SU student unit election, the Election Commission shall determine the election constituency seat and the number of SU election seats in the following manner. International affairs to be contested as a general seat, a central seat as a general seat in the next election, student unit election, and to change from 15 kuliah constituency seats to office seats. So the suggested office from Election Commission is to keep the current status quo of the office in the student in the current student union lineup. So from Gombak, we suggested 5 office seats, Kuantan 5 office seats, and Pago 1 office seats. Next slide, please. The ground of consideration for the first one is to amend the international affairs from office seat to be and a general seat in the central is as agreed by the members of Parliament in the emergency Parliament sitting on 27 March 2021. So most of the members of the Parliament sitting is not emergency Parliament sitting, central Parliament sitting on 27 March 2021. Most of the members of the Parliament sitting agree agree on the motion. For the office seats, I'd like to take some time to justify on the ground of the consideration. We have 3 to evaluate candidates' competencies, which IIMSU office bearers, to avoid redundancy between KBSC and IIMSU in manifesto presentation, and open up more opportunity for voters to choose for the right candidates to run the office. If I may, I want to take some time to explain. The first one is to evaluate candidates' competencies, which IIMSU office bearers. As you all know, in the last IIMSU election 2021, we contest as a kuliah seat. So for that, for example, a candidate compete or contest in the seat of kuliah of engineering, and he won, and he entered the office of he entered, and the main board of the IIMSU, the elected member of IIMSU, pick him or choose him to bear the office of welfare, for example, but to bear the office of welfare. So the ground of consideration or justify is that if we amend it to the office seat, the voters may choose a better candidate to run for the office, because the candidates will run their office with a detailed manifesto of the office. For example, a candidate run for office of welfare, he or she manifesto will revolve around the manifesto of welfare, of the office of welfare. Compared to the last election, a candidate from kuliah of engineering must make a manifesto to pull the voters from Kuliah of Engineering because he contests from he or she come from the Kuliah of Engineering. So the pool of voters is coming from the Kuliah of Engineering, from the students of engineering only. So he or she must make a manifesto that revolve around the welfare or issues of the Kuliah of Engineering. So and then again, when he won the seat, he entered the office of IMSU with the discretion of the main board, without the voters or the students in general know he or she competent enough or good enough to run for the particular office seat, for example, welfare or PRADVO, public relation and advocacy. That's the first one. The second one is to avoid redundancy between KBC and IMSU in manifesto presentation. Just like the last election, we know that the candidate contest in Kuliah seat. So, for example, a candidate contest in Kuliah of Engineering, he or she must make a manifesto based on the welfare and issues of the Kuliah of Engineering. But again, we know that in IIUM, we have KBAC, Kuliah Based Society Council, or KBAC. So for each Kuliah, we have the KBAC to cater on the issues and also the welfare of the students So for example, KBAC in KAE is engineers, so engineers will take care and cater the issues and welfare of the students of engineering. So that's the motion. So if we amend it to the opposite, the candidate must contest in opposite, for example, welfare, and he or she must make a motion. Must make a manifesto based on the office. So, for example, welfare, and he or she run for a seat in office of welfare. He or she must make a manifesto based on the office, not based on the Kuliah. So that's the justification. The third one is to open up more opportunity for voters to choose for the right candidates to run the office. Last election, we know that again, the candidate run for Kuliah constituency, and the one who will vote for them only from the Kuliah itself, only for that particular Kuliah. For example, a candidate run in Kuliah of Engineering, so the voters will come, the pool of voters will come only for the Kuliah of Engineering only. But when he entered the office of IMSU, for example, as the officer of welfare, he is accountable and also he is responsible for the welfare and also for the issues of the general students in IIM. So it is unfair if we want to contest again the Kuliah constituency seat, because he or she that entered the office of IMSU will not be accountable to the voters, because again, the officer from IMSU currently they are responsible and subject to the general students of IIM. So for 40,000 or 30,000 students in IIM in each campus, but it is unfair because the one who vote for them only from he or she particular Kuliah, for example, Kuliah of Engineering. So that's where we want to amend from the Kuliah constituency to office seats, so that more voters can vote for the right and also for more competent, and also that shows their background in a particular office, for example, office of welfare, so that we will have more competent, more better, good officer in the upcoming IIM to run for the office in IMSU. So that is the three justification. Again, I will repeat it. To evaluate candidates' competency as future IMSU office bearers, to avoid redundancy between KBC and IMSU in manifesto presentation, to open up more opportunities for voters to choose for right candidates to run the office. If I may to take some time more, I want to emphasize on the open up more opportunities for voters. We must realize that if we amend it to the office seats, we give more power to the voters to choose for the right leaders, for the right officer, for the right leaders to bear the office, basically to bear the office. So we are talking about the rights of voters, for them to elect, to choose, to vote for the right officer to run for the particular office. For example, if a worst case scenario, an officer from he or she won from the Kuliah seat, and then he ran for an office in IMSU, but he or she is not competent enough, it's not good enough to run for the office. So how can we make him accountable? For example, if he contests and he or she win in the Kuliah of Engineering, only the voters from the Kuliah Federation can make he or she accountable for him action in the office. So that's where if we open up, if we amend it to office, we give more power to voters and basically students in IIM in general for them to elect a better, good, competent enough officer or leader to run for the particular office. And also for the voters, or basically us, the members of IMSU, to make him or he or she accountable, the officer of IMSU in the office of IMSU, accountable for he or she actions for a particular office. So that are my justification and also ground of position for the two amendments that are suggested by the Election Commission. Thank you.
Thank you to the presenter, Brother Nabil. Now we'll move on to the debate session. Any members of parliament who wishes to discuss, debate, or give their opinion are required to type in your details, which are your name, metric number, society, and actions such as question, suggestion, or amendment in the comment section before speaking. Please be reminded to be respectful in your speeches. If there are any members of parliament who wishes to speak on this motion, you may provide your details in the chat box, which includes your name and society. Members of parliament, we will wait for 1 minute if there are any members of parliament who wishes. All right, so it seems that we have Brother Ibrahim Adham from Betsa. You are recognized. You may have the floor.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clear?
Yes, you're clear.
All right. So I have a question to the election commission. So how you gonna ensure that the turnout voters will increase if the seat contested based on offices, not based on kuliah seat? Because as we see on the previous IIMSU election, based on the KBS election before this, the election we see that the percentage of turnout voters is not satisfied. Okay, so that is we call that have a student from that kuliah come to become as a candidate in election. So so if we have a candidate from the kuliah, so that can motivate the student from that kuliah to vote, to cast the vote to election. So what if there is no representative from that kuliah to vote, send the representative in election? So how how the election commission ensure that the turnout voters will increase if there has no any representative from such as from any kuliah?
Thank you, Brother Ibrahim. So I believe I'll direct this question to Brother Nabil.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Brother Ibrahim Adham from Betsa. From Betsa, sorry, I want to recall the question. Okay, sorry, a moment. Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. Okay, for the last election, we contest for kuliah constituency seat. And yes, again, the overall turnout voters is 30.27% last election for election IMSU election 2021. But again, the relevancy to men to office seats is that, for example, if you contest kuliah constituency seat, the one who will vote for the kuliah constituency seat is only for the voters from, for example, Quorum kuliah of education. So, from kuliah for education only. But if you contest the office seats, from all, for example, in the context of Bomba, all 7 kuliah students can vote for the same seat. So the same for the office seat. For example, if a candidate contests under Office of Welfare, all 7 kuliah from Gombak campus, for example, can vote for that particular candidate that run for the Office of Welfare, for example. So yeah, for example. So to accumulate the community voters should be will be higher than if we contest a kuliah seat only. So yeah, a kuliah seat only. First one. The second one is that it's quite ironic that from the perspective of kuliah, again the motivation the motivation for the voters or candidates to come out and vote is our responsibility our responsibility lah, basically. But again, it's also and I refer to also to the KBC too. So it's not a problem if you contest under offices and the students it doesn't have any issues of lack of motivation to go out and vote, because it will comprise of 7 kuliah and 7 kuliah again the same point as the first one, and also to amend the office seats again, it ensures a clear job scope between the IMSU Election Commission and also between the KBAC, because most of the KBAC feedback from the last election, also presidents from the last KBAC raised a concern that it's quite ironic that we run a kuliah constituency seat, but at the same time we have the same KBAC, that the manifesto is quite the same. So what's the my question is that what's the relevancy if we contest kuliah constituency seat, but at the same time we have KBAC that run and cater issues and resolve the issues of that particular KBS or kuliah. So for example, if a candidate contests under the kuliah of KOE, kuliah of engineering, and then he win the seat, and then he enter office of IMSU, he will not bother about the issues or problems of that particular kuliah he or she came from. So for example, if the candidate from kuliah of engineering, and then he enter the office of IMSU, but at the same time, but the manifesto will not, the manifesto that the candidate preach or share to the candidates or voters or students will not be fulfilled. So that's the ironic of why we want to contest kuliah constituency, because the same manifesto that the candidates or the candidates we run for that kuliah seat will be fulfilled by the KBAC. So that's the relevancy why we want to amend to the office seat. And I don't think there's a question of voting turnout to ensure the voting turnout, because yes, even though Quorum have one of the highest voting turnout in the last kuliah election, but that is because your number the cumulative number of students in Quorum is relatively low. So if you want to compare in from KRKHS that have around 3,500 students, the percentage is actually quite good. It's the same as the voter turnout compared as the election of Betsa. So if we can connect the dots, it should be the cumulative vote from each kuliah should be bigger for the office seat. So it should not be lower. So because for the context of Gombak or Kuantan, for example, we take Kuantan. For example, if we take Kuantan, 6 kuliah will vote for the same office. So logically speaking, or theoretically speaking, it should be an accumulative number should be bigger than if we contest in for kuliah presidency seat. So that's my answer. I hope that address the concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. So now I'd like to call upon Sister Anna Sophia from IIUM Student Union. You may have the floor.
All right, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Before that, first of all, do let me answer the screen just to give a bit of briefing.
I believe that is accepted and will be entertained. If may, the Parliament Commission.
Don't worry, I believe it'll take time to adjust with the settings, so I'll wait. I'm still waiting for the host to share the permission to share the screen. All right, but before that, I think, yeah.
Can the host, like to have, if the host can allow Sister Anna Sophia to present the screen, please. If I would like to ask, Sister Anna Sophia, what platform will you be using to share? Sister Anna Sophia, can you share your screen now?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I mute myself. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, I can see your
All
screen.
right, so I'll share this. Okay. So basically what you guys can see here is the top first student union in United Kingdom. Okay, the very prime reference of our establishment of student union is to refer to how other countries are progressing with their student union body. Okay, because we are new and we are the first one in Malaysia after 60 years. So just to enlighten everyone in this law, the motion that we are discussing is actually to change from kuliah seat voting to office seat voting. So if you can see in our student union, before I brief about the screen, if you can see in our student union, okay, the main board, that is the president, the treasury, and also the secretaries are the one that can be voted by all kuliah, generally by everyone. But then when it comes to other office besides then the main board, okay, like Office of Education, Office of Public Relation, Office of International, Office of Islamization and Student Development, and also Office of Welfare, okay, they come from the candidate that actually win on kuliah seat. So example, you got in Gombak, you got like 7 kuliah, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And then you have 14 people winning on all kuliah. So all these 14 people are directed to every office again. But then I would love to also give my suggestion, personal suggestion or opinion. Student union in UK, okay, Sheffield, I'm showing you Sheffield, but other reference you can look at Loughborough and all students union in UK. Basically, if you can see, okay, do let me know if you can't see the screen. Mr. Speaker, can I reconfirm if everyone can hear what I'm saying?
May I have a confirmation from the Parliament Commission? I believe from my side, everything's clear.
All right. So if you guys can see, right, president, from the main board, president, liberation officers, to all other kind of officers, let us see one by one, right? Like Taylor Ogle. If you can see down here, what are you studying about Taylor? She's studying journalism. Others, Morgan, perhaps. What is she studying? BE in modern language. Tom Hill. He's doing degree in English language, logistics, etc. Okay, last, final. Hannah Butt. So she's studying biomedical science. Okay, so what you can see here is they are from different, perhaps there are some people like Tom Hill before this, and also Savannah, if I'm not mistaken, she's studying English. What I wanted to reiterate here is that, okay, it can be people from many kuliah, or it can be people from the same kuliah that could actually contest for all of his seat. If we were about to implement kuliah seat, what will happen? What will happen is every kuliah is also, it's only limited to certain amount of candidate, okay, that can run for the kuliah. But let's say in one kuliah, we take an example, Betsa.
I'm very
right?
sorry, but
Yeah.
can Sister Sophia try to simplify your speech, because you have quite a number of members of parliament wishing to speak as well.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So what I wanted to simplify my speech is, what are the advantage, okay, of office C, okay, as being presented in the motions, and also what are the challenges, I would say, of barrier of having a kuliah C. First, in office C, it means all kuliah can contest in any seat that they want. Example, education, PR, welfare, etc. Okay, so it means any kuliah, any number of people can run for that seat and they can win. And the most important thing, their promise and manifesto would reflect the office that they are looking forward. However, on the other side, for kuliah C, it will be inshallah 1 or 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Okay, but however, on kuliah side, okay, there are also some advantage, but the barriers that I would love to portray is, if everyone who wanted to contest for all of this seat, you know, education officer, welfare, PR, etc., has to go to kuliah voting and then becoming the officer, it means the one that they have to please to win the election is not really students in general that they will be serving, but rather the people from their kuliah. So to cut it in short, I believe that is all from me. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the platform.
Thank you very much, Sister Sophia. So since we are running against time right now, so I would like to remind all members of parliament that we'll be setting only 3 minutes per member of parliament who wishes to speak. All right. So now we'll be continuing with Brother Hamirul Akbar from EMSS. You may have the floor.
Right, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance for me to speak. So I believe this issue is quite attracting all many groups. This is the most attracting motions that we have in this live session. So regarding what Brother Ibrahim said, I will state that the previous election didn't even show a good sign. So why there are some groups of people are scared to move forward or to make change? Means the rationale that they use are not irrelevant. So I want to emphasize that the problems of the low turnout voters are the political awareness or the students' interest in voting. So the advocacy is very important in this part. So the problem of the type of election, either kuliah seat or office seat, is irrelevant for us to speak, because the core problem is on the advocacy itself. So moving forward, what I want to emphasize to the parliament today is, don't be afraid to be progressive. What I see today is we always emphasize on the importance of being inclusive. But in IIUM, our inclusiveness is hampering the IIUM SU progress. So it's quite unique, or it's questionable either our inclusiveness actually helping IIUM SU to moving forward, or it's just be a constraint. I don't want to neglect the importance of inclusiveness. Inclusiveness is good, it's very good for us to implement, but it shouldn't be a barrier for us to move forward. Inclusiveness shouldn't be the first priority for us until we neglect the competency of the leaders, the competency of the student leaders, just because we want to prioritize the inclusiveness. So hence I want to conclude. I want to emphasize the parliament members today that please be progressive, please have the courage to move forward, because the rationale of moving forward from kuliah voting to office voting is a no-brainer decision. So yeah, that's all from me. I'll pass the floor back to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Amir Akbar. So now I would like to call upon Izyan from IIM. I believe Brother Abdul Rahman from the Student Union. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I am audible.
Salam, you're audible.
Okay, thank you everyone. And thank you for all the members who are attending today's parliament. So I will make it short and sweet and precise, inshallah. The thing that we are going through, it's a very challenging motion, which is needed in our student union. We are the one as the SU members who are going through the difficulties, because we are the one who went through the first election. I am running from the Kulliyah of Engineering in the previous election, and I was asking the people in Kulliyah of Engineering to vote for me. So basically, I was asking them to meet their needs first, and then I can run through the issue. But once I am in the student union, I am the head of International Affairs Office. So it might be a total different manifesto, what I have presented to the Kulliyah of Engineering and what I am doing currently in IMSU, which is totally is misleading the students. I am telling them something, and then I'm doing something else in the student union. But alhamdulillah, I make it general, my manifesto in the Kulliyah of Engineering. This is first. Second thing is regarding the unfairness. How many students, if we have around 10 people, they are qualified from the Kulliyah of Engineering and they want to run for the student union. Hello? Can I continue?
Yes, you may proceed.
So if we have 10 people qualified from the Kulliyah of Engineering and they want to run for the student union, what's wrong in this? In this year, we have 10 people qualified from Kulliyah of Engineering, but because of the Kulliyah seat, we have only one person can run from that Kulliyah, as also just Anna Sofia said. So this is also the second thing. The third thing is we are talking always about the student union. We are independent. We are a different organization which should look forward. But until now, we are relating our election. We are relating our election to the kulliyah. So we are getting the votes and the advocacy from them, because we are not that famous. We are not that aware from the students by the student union. So we should keep it to office seats to let all the people focus on the student union rather than the kulliyah. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Brother Ahmed. Once again, I would like to remind every member of parliament, try your best to limit it to only 2 minutes, because we'll be having a shortage of time soon. As time is running out, the speaker also is open to any points to extend for the debate session during this. So if there are any members of parliament who wishes for an extension, you may do so in the chat box. Yes, Brother ID from my student union.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the extension of time regarding of this matter to ease all the debaters to give their speech. Thank you.
Anyone?
I hope we could fulfill all the debate. So I believe, can I know how many debaters right now?
Currently, we have around 8 speakers who are in order.
Okay, for fulfill and help them to give their speech, I think 20 minutes should be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Izzy. I believe that is an order. Therefore, we'll be extending the debate session for another additional 20 minutes. Right, so we proceed with the debate session. Now I'd like to call upon Sister Izian from IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Assalamualaikum. My name is Izian from IIUM Student Union. I have a question regarding the competency of the candidate. May I know how you evaluate the competency of the candidate, since you mentioned in your presentation just now that having an office seat will encourage competency, and how does it make difference of having competency? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Izian. I'll let Brother Nabil.
Thank you, Sister Izian. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the thank you, and also thank you, Sister Izian, for the question. I think if we contest, if we amend popular constituency seat to office seats, basically the one who run for the office seats must make a motion, must make a manifesto based on that particular office seats. I don't think I didn't mention about that individual competency, but in terms of officer being an officer in the office of IIMSU. So that's what I want to emphasize on the word of evaluating competency as IIMSU officer. So for example, again, if you contest Pulau constituency and then he or she contests for engineering and then he won and then he entered the office of IIMSU, but without backgrounds or without backgrounds of whether an editor of office of IIMSU as officer of welfare, and without backgrounds or merits in terms of welfare, but he or she could be choose or picked as an IIMSU officer. But the importance is that the transparency, and also for us to show that we are good enough to run as an officer, for example, in office of welfare. So that's why we want the students know that we are good enough. So why we don't want to be that to achieve that kind of level of transparency, for us to tell and basically the candidates to tell the students that he or she are good enough to run for that particular office. So I think that is not the problem, because I want to emphasize again, this is the election of IIMSU. It's not Kuliah election. You are catering the students, almost 30,000 students across all 3 campuses. We are not talking the level of society or level of Kuliah. We are talking about the level of IIMSU. So that's what I want to emphasize to all parliament members, also future candidates in the upcoming election, is that you are accountable for your action for 30,000 students across 3 campuses. So that's why and if there is a group or if you don't want to make yourself be transparent or vulnerable to the students or the voters.
I'm very sorry, Brother Nabil.
So why? So the question is, it should be you should be transparent and vulnerable enough to the voters, because you are accountable to the voters, not your main boards or the executive members of the student union. Thank you. Sorry, Mr.
Thank you very much, Brother Nabil. All right. So and again, another reminder: please make sure to always limit your time to only 2 minutes. All right. Okay. So inshallah, we'll be proceeding. Now with Sister Asma from IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I just want to point out my concern with regards to this motion, whereby before I point out my concern, I just want to respond a little bit, Nabil, what has Nabil the answer from Sister Izan's question from Nabil. So when you said that competency is, I believe that with regards to the competency, it is not based on the seat itself. It is based on individual. Therefore, it's crucial for us to provide awareness and continuous commitment in order to promote the competency. So my point is that competency is, we could say that competency is we should be coming from individual. It's not based on seat. So moving on to my concern with regards to this motion. I believe that why the future of student union is designed or determined by election commission, whereas the line up in the next tenure should have their own goals or objective they wanted to achieve. So why should election commission specifically take the creativity in for the
You have another 30 seconds.
for SU in the next tenure in leading or administrating student union as a whole? So that's all from me. Thank you.
May I have a clarification, Sister Asma? Will that be a question directed to the Election Commission?
It's my concern.
All right, thank you very much. So thank you, Sister
I
Asma.
believe it's argument. It's my argument.
All right. All right. So currently we have a request for an additional extension on the debate. However, due to the nature of some of the debaters which haven't spoken, we will entertain some of the speakers first, and later we will be entertaining another additional extension on the debate.
Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Deputy.
So currently we'll be proceeding to Sister Normalia from IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I have two questions to Election Commission. For the first one is it relevant to keep Office of Public Affairs because other campuses do not have their own locality affairs office, and it would be like redundant for PAGO because we already have deputy presidency to serve for the PAGO student in regards to locality affairs. That is the first question. And for the second question is it possible for EC to amend the name of the seat from Office of Public Affairs to other offices such as Office of Welfare or any office that would be helpful for PAGO campus? Because from my experience as officer for Office of Public Affairs, we need Office of Welfare actually rather than a generic seat, Office of Public Affairs. That's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Amalia. I think it's best for those questions to be directed again to Brother Nabil, if he may.
Okay, thank you. Is it me? Sorry.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Sister Amalia and Mr. Papago for that question. For the seat of Pago Affairs, again, the one that I present is still a suggestion. It's still in the level of suggestion from IIMSU EC. So from IIMSU EC, we don't want to take the long run to discuss whether which office is relevant enough for IIMSU, because I think IIMSU have that experience to discuss on that. And and subject to the office, I'm still open from the request of PAGO members, Central Parliament PAGO members. If you guys have any, if you guys think that we need to add another 3 more offices for PAGO, and also if you want to add another secretary, assistant secretary 1, secretary 3, or assistant secretary 3 for PAGO, it is doable. I am open for that, but I need suggestion and also justification from honorable PAGO members, Central PAGO members for that. And yeah, so that's my response. Thank you, Brother Sister Aman.
Thank you very much, Brother Nabil. All right. So now we're proceeding to Brother Faris from RKHSSS. You may have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so the main clash today is very much with regards to representation versus competency. That is what I can observe during the arguments presented by all members of the floor just now. And I think that should be tried to settle. Whether or not with regards to, if we were to sacrifice representation for competency, would the voter turnout be lower? That should be one of the questions that needs to be settled. And in my humble opinion, if we were to change the kuliah seat to the office seat instead, I think we will see a larger number of candidates who would like to, they may be disproportionate in accordance to the kuliah, but we may see a larger number of candidates trying to contest for the office seat. And as such, I think a larger number of candidates will lead to a larger amount of people who would like to take part in the election. So in a sense, it can actually help promote a higher voter turnout, because if you have a higher number of people participating and trying to contest for the office seat, it would suggest entail that they have their own audiences. Each of the candidate have their own audiences. And as such, all these audiences would help in trying to, will be participating in democracy, and they would have their own representative in the form of their friends who are going to participate in the SU election.
Brother
So
Faris,
as such,
another 30 more seconds.
all right. So as such, I don't think with regards to the voter turnout will be lower if we were to change to the office seat. And also with the point that the issue of low voter turnout is mostly with regards to our advocacy. Now, and also with regards to the issue of the low voter turnout in the previous tenure, also can be attributed to the nature of our last few semesters, which is we are not in a physical setting. We do not, we are just starting for the election. Yeah. So I think to simplify things, there are a lot more factors other than representation that caused the low voter turnout in the previous SU elections. So I do think that representation is just a minor, I would say a minor issue that would affect the voter turnout for the upcoming election. And I think the larger number of people expected to run for this SU election, if we turn to office seat, would counter that argument that was proposed earlier. So I think that's my point for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Faris. Now I believe we can entertain requests or point for an extension. I believe from Brother Dawish.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy. I would like to request for attention of time for us to discuss more in details about the discussion, and perhaps the other member can propose the suggestion of additional period. How it can be? From my personal view, it cannot be settled before 1 hour. Perhaps 1 hour is my maximum request.
1 hour.
Yeah, 1 hour is my personal request.
All right, thank you very much, Brother Dawish. However, seeing to the time limit that we have, I apologize daily. However, a request for an extension is at hand. However, the only limit we will be allowing is only for 10 minutes. Is that okay, Brother Darwish?
That means Parliament Commission only can grant 10 minutes?
The only maximum strictly that we can only allow now is only 10 minutes.
Okay, as of now, I think, okay.
Thank you very much, Brother Darwish. All right, so before we continue, I would like to referred to here in the Central Standing Order of Article 33. Under content of speech, under 31.1, when debating a motion, a member of the parliament shall be allowed to speak on matters relating to the motion only. However, also in our previous announcement of manners of speaking, I believe and I hope that all members of parliament who wishes to speak do not keep repeating the same points that have been spoken before from the previous speakers, as it will only delay more time. If there are any new arguments we brought up or any new points to be discussed, that will be more likely be more fruitful for this discussion, inshallah. So we'll be continuing. As per the request of the extension, we'll be only limiting it only to 12:40 p.m. Thank you very much. So now we'll be continuing with Brother Hashim from the IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
All right, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, I'll make it short. I just want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to emphasize on one important point for the Kuliya seat, because previously, from what I observed, that many candidates, if I could say, they were like promoting the manifesto based on their Kuliya welfare. Like, for example, if someone is just an example, someone is a candidate from Kuliya of ICT, he will focus to cast as much as he can votes from Kuliya of ICT students. So he will adjust his manifesto basically to satisfy Kuliya of ICT students. But suddenly when he, like, for example, joined the IIUM Student Union, he will be the BR officer, which is not relevant. So this is literally a clear issue for the students. So if I want to vote for a candidate, IIUM Student Union candidate, I would like to know what he's going to do exactly in IIUM Student Union. That's why we need this office seats. So he will adjust his manifesto. For example, he will be the welfare officer. He will adjust his manifesto based on the welfare officer job scope. It will be clear to everybody, so everyone can see what he's going to do, what are his plan or his plan. And I am student, and you can vote for him a certain kuliya, and then you're talking about this kuliya welfare. Suddenly you're doing something else in I am student union, while we already do have our kuliya-based society who's doing the same thing for their kuliya. So there's like a bit redundancy and also unclearness, if I could describe it that way. So this is the point that I want to emphasize. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brother Hashim. All right, now I would like to call upon Brother Darwish from the IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank for giving me the opportunity. Second of all, Mr. Deputy and all respected members of the Parliament. I afraid I can't make it very short, but I try to make it as simple as I can, because I see various concerns raised by various respected members of Parliament. And I think it's my responsibility to clarify several things that have been raised. First of all, Brother Ibrahim said how to ensure increase of voters. I agree with the answer from Razina Bill. Actually, to increase the turnout voters is our utmost commitment, not only in IMSU, not only in EC. It should be the responsibility of overall union members. We have 30.2 turnout voters, and we need to advocate, we need to increase the awareness more and more. And Alhamdulillah, from time to time, I believe a lot of initiatives have been done under the EC and IMSU in terms of promoting and also in terms of empowering our registered members. So I think, I believe about increase or decreasing voters, we can't resolve it by just discussing the positioning of seat. It's actually about the awareness and advocacy. It's come from down to the upper level of understanding. So by having a sitting to ensure increase or decreasing of voting, I would not prefer that way. Second of all, respected members of the Parliament.
Brother, you have another 30 more seconds.
Second of all, I would like to emphasize on the idea of manifestos. of course, manifestos should not be focused on kuliah because we should represent the overall student of IIUM, and because of that as well, I see if we are to establish office seat, and then it's also will concern the responsibility, the sense of belonging and sense of responsibility of that candidate to the student union overall. If I were to make a manifesto only on PR and I commit
I
myself
believe your
only
last sentence, Brother
on
Darwish.
PR, and then my overall service, my overall commitment throughout the tenure, I will only work for PR. But actually, IIM student union officers should be responsible for the overall objectives and needs that have been provided in our constitution. We need to take care of our objective, we need to take care of welfare, we need to take care about everything that related to students. But this is about administrative creativity that being put into our constitution under the clause 9.8, whereby the committee of IIUM student union shall serve their duty based on what the current committee perceive they think the best they can do. So this is also the spirit of I believe this discussion, we should understand more about the spirit of collective responsibility, the spirit of administrative creativity. By having a seat established before line up being elected, it is like
Very sorry, Brother Darwish. I think we should wrap up now.
all right, because I have not put the notah yet. So we if we were to establish seat, if we were to establish cabinets before line up is elected, it is like we want to put aside the right of the current tenureship to have their administrative creativity, not only for next tenure, but it's about the future tenureships and leadership of IIUM student union. One specific structure of office can be suitable for next 10 years of IMSU leadership. So I believe it's quite big issues here. But again, last but not least, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have more significant clarification that my union members perhaps waiting for me for my reply, but I only will state the clarification if the parliament members perhaps give consent, and also Mr. Deputy Speaker allow me to do so to fulfill my responsibility to respected parliament members and also the whole union members who are watching our parliamentary sitting live session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Darwish. Okay, I would like to once again strictly remind, if possible, only to 2 minutes, all right? Because we only have another 9 minutes left before the end of the debate session. Right, so now I would like to call upon Brother ID from the IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my point is, but firstly, we cannot compare Malaysians and also student union apple to apple. We need to know that if we are following the Malaysian style, the minister being appointed after they won on the locality base, but different from the student union doesn't have any public servant who work for the government of the day. Means they have their own efficiency. If we do this on the kuliah seat, it means the kuliah seat right now, when the transition of the tenure that means the public servants or the staff members, also the student union, will change to tenure and tenure, will not create the efficiency. That's the first point. Secondly, I would like to make some comparison to the LSRC, which not have a general seat, we have only the kuliah seat. Based on the student union, when we're making a general seat, we can see a lot of talent could contribute to the student union. I give the example for the kuliah of the IRK seat. Actually, before this, if we not have a kuliah seat, only a general seat only, we could say Sophia Munira, Ainuha, and also Hafizah Muzairi will compete to get only 2 seats. But when the general seat being made, 3 of them can make a good service, a good talent from the IRKS to the student union to serve student union. I make example to the ICOL itself. Before this, we just only have 2 representatives for the kuliah. But now, when the general seat has been made, Darwish Roslan, a good man, Izan Farisha, also a good secretary, and also Zaim Noor could contribute their service to the student union. Also my kuliah, we have 4 candidates.
30 more seconds, Brother Aidil.
Okay, we have 4 candidates. Me, myself, Asma Hamidah, Dia, and also Ana Sofia. If we not making a general seat, means there's only 2 from the 4 good talent, except me lah, I'm not good enough, but from the 4 good talents can be made a service. What if we can imagine if office seat being made? It means we have a lot of talents that could contribute to the student union itself and make good efficiency and give a good service to the student wholly, regardless of the kuliah, regardless of the MRC, regardless of the locality. Yang penting, the most importantly, all the students get the benefit, all the students can be heard by work, all the students have their mediators and have their lawyers in terms of fighting for their administration. I hope
thank you very
there
much.
is no
Brother Aidil.
representative issue in this matter. Okay, thank you. I would like to suggest and second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Brother Aidil. So inshallah, now we'll be proceeding with Brother Daniel from IIUM Student Union. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So inshallah, 2 minutes I will time myself. So okay, first of all, I think this is a good discussion. It's a progressive move that we are planning to take. However, I think it is easy to say what's the pros or something when we still doesn't do it. It's not doing it. Just like student union, when it was first established, there's a lot of we oversell it too much lah. For me personally, I think we undermine a lot of issues because there's a lot of pros and become the student union, blah 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 blah. But now we are facing a lot of issues, be it in any levels. So it's easy to say office seat is better because we still don't know what are the weaknesses. So what I would like to suggest, my point is there are some things that these changes, I would prefer it to be gradually, not so much abrupt. We are discussing this but a month before the election comes. So it might be good, it might be bad, I'm not sure, but abrupt changes most of the time cause a lot of issues because we are unprepared to do these big changes. So what I would like to suggest is we try to merge these 2 ideas of kuliah seat and office-based seat, where when someone want to try for something, we encourage them to say what office that he wants to fight for. This is something that is a step toward office seat. I would disagree for it to change, especially now, but taken by time, I think we will be prepared. So my last comment is, another 10 seconds is, it is important for us to respect that every tenure has their own challenges. So for us to decide what officers to be, we are restricting their movement lah. And I think administrative creativity is something that we should not push aside. I think that's all. More than 15 seconds. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Daniel. Seeing that we only have another 3 more seconds left, we'll be only entertaining one last speaker, which is Brother Anif. I'm very sorry, Brother Darwish. So for any other future clarifications, members of Parliament can further continue out of the session of Parliament. Right. So for the last speaker, may I invite Brother Anif from LawSoc. The floor is yours.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Muhammad Anif Rafi. I am from the IIUM Law Student Society. I'll promise I'll make it short within 2 minutes. So Brother Darwish mentioned beforehand on the administrative creativity. I'm fascinated by the term itself, administrative creativity, where one officer is not confined to the work of his office, but rather he can do the works of others. Or in other words, where one officer is doing the work of another officer. It simply and utterly shows the incompetency and failure of the union in the matter of delegation of powers. Others doing works of others, it shows that the distribution of powers, that the works to be distributed, that the power and jurisdiction from one office to another and from one officer to another within the union itself failed. So, which is why the term administrative creativity here shows that it is something that, of course, we may not need to push it aside, but this is not the interest, the utmost priority of ours. So yes, that is everything from me. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you very much for that. All right, seeing that, I believe we can still entertain. I'll be calling upon Brother Darwish Roslan from my student union for the last speaker of our session today. The floor is
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm sorry if I try to make it very simple, inshallah, but I have additional points. Basically, before I make the additional point, our respected Anna Sophia, Deputy President, for example of a union in UK, in which we, in current tenureship, we do research on, to compare and learn from many unions throughout the global. And however, I believe we need to understand our current situation. And because Anna Sophia did provide some screen presenting this now, I would like to add several research findings based on Sheffield UK election. The student turnout voters is only 14%. If that is the example that we want to follow, we are actually try to reduce our turnout voters percentage. Secondly, in the election regulation and also in Sheffield United Student Union constitution, they didn't specify the office they want to make. The officer that being shown at the website is officer that the name of office which is being established based on the administrative creativity of the tenureship, the current tenureship. And also, they are also permanent staff member of the union. They are not students. They represent students as a staff who being paid. But we have the head of NGO that we need to empower our union. But in the same time, we also have the head of student representation in campus. That is my just a bit of clarification about some facts, which is very important. And my final point is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, I don't want to prolong the discussion, but for me, I need to serve my union members and also speak from what I believe from the eyes of understanding the constitution. This motion, I believe, first of all, just like what Nabil said, after Amalia asked, IMSU Amalia from Pago asked whether they can change the name of office. That signifies the very needful of administrative creativity. If that if next year Pago need welfare, but next 2 years Pago need Pago welfare, how can we do parliamentary sitting? Each of changes need to be made. And my final remark is, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I'm very sorry, Brother Darwish, from the consent of auditors. I think we have to end the debate.
Final one, because this is very important, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because this is it affects the constitution. I would like to propose the amendment as well to add subject to confirmation at the decision making platform. Confirmation, because this decision belong to union members, not only student representative, and shall be made in AGM. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Darwish Roslan. So we have an amendment being proposed right now from Brother Darwish. I believe since we're like running against time right now, are there any objections against the amendment? Are there any members of parliament who wants to object towards the amendment?
Can you write down the amendment, please?
Pardon me?
Write down in the chat, please, the amendment so we can see it. And then we can take a stand. Either we agree or we object.
Brother Darwish, may I ask you to write the proposed amendment in the chat box? So just to fill in time, I believe once the amendment is proposed, if there are any objections to it, we will entertain it. But if none, then we will be proceeding towards the voting on the amendment. So once the amendment has been voted on, we'll immediately proceed to the voting of the motion, whether the amendment has been approved or rejected. So just an announcement regarding the form that has been amended for the new ones. All right. As the Parliament upholds the anonymity and the secrecy of the members on their votes, due to the circumstance of a technical issue, for the upcoming form for the amendment, we do include your email, name, and metric number to ensure the fast response and also the check and balance between the voters and also the members. So, Brother Darwish, is the amendment in hand?
No. Yes. Is it in comment? In the comment section, Mr. Deputy?
It doesn't seem to be on my screen.
Oh. Oh, okay. Wait. I'm typing. Wait, yeah. Is it there?
Yes. Sorry, my screen. All right. So there's been a proposal.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So there has been an amendment proposed by Brother Darwish Roslan from IIUM Union. Therefore, for the proposal to amendment is to add from the motion the amendment of IIUM Union election regulations, subject to confirmation in the appropriate amendment making platform if the motion effect changes in the IIUM Union constitution. There's a motion at hand, therefore we'll be proceeding to the voting. There are no objections at hand.
I object.
Reasons for objection, Brother Rahman.
The thing is very general. The amendment is very general. While it might prolong the motion and it's not clear. So this is the first one. Second thing, I believe what AC has presented, it was clear enough to either agree or disagree on the motion, not to have this amendment because it's not
Understood. Thank you very much, Brother Rahman.
Thank you.
In concern towards that is the point of information within the amendment itself. However, if there is any point of order in regards to actually the amendment, I believe there's nothing at hand. For any of those members who are against the amendment of the motion, you may object towards it within the Google form that we'll be providing. Right. So if there's no objections against for any points of order, we'll be proceeding towards the voting on the amendment itself. So if I may, Parliament Commissioner.
Pardon, Mr. Speaker, may I propose slight changes in the suggestion that Darwish gave? I'll send in the chat box right now, if I may.
All right, yes, you may. Just for a brief insight. All right, so whenever there's an amendment at hand, there will be votings on it, such as, for example, if a member of IIUM Union A is to present an amendment, then that amendment will be voted on. And if there is another amendment of it, it will be also voted on it. But since we're catching up on time, assuming if Sister Ana Sophia's amendment is accepted by Brother Darwish Roslan, we'll be proceeding with the amendment that has been proposed by Sister Ana Sophia. Brother Darwish?
Yes, Mr. Deputy.
Assuming then what amendment that Sister Nasaf will be presenting, if all right, so we have here proposal to amend. So from the original amendment that you've been proposed, which is proposal to amend to subject to confirmation appropriate amendment making platform if the motion affect changes in IIM Student Union Constitution. But since we're running short of time, Sister Ana Sofia is proposing to add subject to confirmation in EGM if the motion affect changes in IIM Student Constitution. Do you accept that amendment? If you do, we can proceed to only one voting of the amendment. If not, we could be proceeding to two different ones.
Mr. Deputy, I respect the suggestion of Sister Ana Sofia IMSU, but I prefer to be firm with my suggestion because to make it general, unless we will be narrowed, our coordination in future will be narrowed, we'll make it harder.
Thank you very much, Brother Darwish. Sister Ana Sofia, can I have your response?
I would love to reiterate in 30 seconds that Darwish said we should have involved all union members, and that is in general meeting. If we were about to make the motion happen and to give also time for developer to make it happen, then we should make it in as per the constitution mentioned. If not in a general meeting, it means emergency. I would leave it to the room.
So make it general meeting then.
Make it a general meeting. Emergency. It should be better because we are playing with.
Thank you very much, Sister Ana Sofia. Seeing that I believe there's been quite some tense discussion. We'll be having a break of 5 minutes. We'll be proceeding again at 12:56.
In the meantime, can I speak a bit? What are we waiting?
Pardon me. What is it, Darwish?
Yeah. This is Darwish from INSC.
You wish to speak on the motion?
No, I just want to have clarification to Parliament member because
Yes.
from the concern from Brother Rahman and Hashim about international seat, just like what I said, international seat have been a motion since our previous Parliament in which to introduce uh, international seat due to the demand by the students have been approved in our previous Parliament. So I believe we can actually move starting from there to just like what Brother Daniel from IIUM Quantum said. Um, we can establish office seat, but the office shall be we can't let all structure established before the election or before the tenureship is elected. So with regard to international state, we can make it happen within our current status quo. There is not a problem if our international students' right is being questioned. I'm the one who present the motion in previous parliament, and I would be the one who will propose international seats to be established. Thank you.
I'll take that as a statement, Brother Darwish. Or is it supposed to be reiterating a question?
Now, it's a statement and clarification to our international friend here.
Thank you very much. All right, so members of parliament, the time is now 11:57. I apologize for the delay of 1 minute. So now we'll be proceeding with two votes. One vote for the amendment proposed by Brother Darwish, and the second vote for the amendment proposed by Sister Ana Sophia. So I would like to remind members of parliament, we've been receiving concerns regarding debate on the amendments, and yes, we do acknowledge that the amendments should be debated on. However, due to the lack of time, I do believe, under my discretion, it is best for us to vote on it, seeing that most of the concerns that have been debated are related and reiterating against the same proposed amendments that have been proposed. Right. So now we'll be proceeding to the voting of the first amendment, which is to add from Amendment of IIM Student Union Election Regulations, subject to confirmation and appropriate amendment making platform, if the interpretation in fact changes in IMSU Constitution. If again, members of the Parliament Commission. And I also like to remind members of Parliament, if you do choose to vote, please choose either one. If it clashes against one another, for example, if it is voting for on both amendments, I believe there'll be some technical issues that we have to be resolving later. So please choose either from the first amendment or the second amendment proposed first by Brother Darwish and secondly by Sister Ana Sophia.
Pardon, Mr. Speaker. I may be a bit late.
Yes, Mr. Nasaka.
Thank you so much. May I, can you repeat what you all should do right now? Pardon so much. I might
Supposedly, we're waiting for the Google form. Later, the Parliament Commission members will insert the Google form link in the chat box. Sorry for the delay.
All right, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, members of Parliament. In the chat box, we have the Google form link for the First Amendment proposed by Brother Darwish, which is to add subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the interpretation effect changes in IMSU Constitution. I would like to remind members of Parliament, if you wish to vote for this motion, it is best for you to vote against the second amendment that has been proposed. So voting will close at 1:06 p.m. Members of Parliament, currently we have 31 respondents for the first voting on the First Amendment. We need a minimum of 33. So if I may, members of Parliament to quickly respond to the Google form as soon as possible. We'll be entertaining another additional 2 more minutes. To answer first from Brother Darwish Roslan, we've just closed the voting. Seeing that now is 1:08 p.m., the results for the first amendment on the motion of amendment of IM Student Unit Election Regulations subject to confirmation in appropriate amendment making platform if the motion affects changes to the IMSU Constitution. That motion is rejected with a vote of only 13 for, 19 against, and 2 abstaining. So now we'll be moving on to the second voting on the amendment. So since the first amendment has been rejected, we'll be proceeding to the second amendment. If this amendment is approved, then we'll be proceeding to vote for the as a full motion. If it is being rejected, we will continue to vote for the original motion, which is amendment of IMSU election regulations. So if I may, Parliament Commission, can you add in the link for the second voting? Members of Parliament, the second link is already in the chat box. You may fill it now. We will be giving you 5 minutes. The Google form will close at 1:14 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, if I may allow.
Yes, Mr. Sophia.
We have two voting, right? One is to cast the vote for the first amendment of the motion, and second is to cast our vote for
Sister Ana Sophia. Is Sister Ana Sophia still in the meeting? So, assuming Sister Ana Sophia returns, I'll entertain to that point later.
All right, Mr. Speaker, if I am allowed.
Yes.
Came back. All right. We have two voting, right? Currently.
Currently, we have two, correct?
All right. Perhaps, right? I'm not sure if there are some confusion between all. Can you repeat or even type like what are the specific things that everyone vote or both of links? Because I believe some people reaches me out and they see that they are confused.
Correct. So I'll entertain to that first verbally, and later on I will type it in the chat box. So first of all, we'll be having 3 votes. First is for the first amendment proposed by Brother Darwish, and secondly we have the second proposed amendment by Sister Ana Sophia, and later on we'll be voting on the whole of the motion itself. So meaning that currently we are voting on the 2 proposed amendments, first by Brother Darwish Roslan and secondly by Sister Ana Sophia. So assuming that either one of these, or let's say if none of these amendments do pass, then we'll be continuing to the whole of the motion itself. So what happens now is that since the first proposed amendment has been rejected, so we'll be looking on to the current amendment right now. Assuming that the amendment right now for the voting passes, we'll be voting on that motion. So, however, if the current proposed amendment is also rejected, then we'll be continuing to vote for the original motion as been proposed by the IIUM Student Union Election Commission. If there are any other concerns or required clarifications, any members of parliament can always just issue a point of information or point of order for interruption during my speech or during any other members of parliament.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The G form already closed, but it's not 1:14 yet. Can you open it again? Thank you.
I apologize. Can the Parliament Commission open it until 1:14? All right, so it is now open. To answer point of information from point of order from Sister Ana Sophia, can all the link be resent and allow extension for time for voting? I'm very sorry, but I think since most for both of the votings have already achieved more than half, we will not be extending any more time for the voting itself. So due to that, we'll be proceeding with the results for the second proposed amendment by Sister Ana Sophia. With regards to add in the original motion to add subject to confirmation in EGM, which stands for, I believe, emergency general meeting, if the motion affect changes in IIUM Student Union Constitution, that motion for the amendment is rejected with with a vote of 8 for, 23 against, and 4 abstaining. So that will be proceeding to vote on the original motion, which is the amendment of IIUM Student Union election regulations. So let me just clarify here. So for the first voting for the amendment proposed by Brother Darwish, it has been rejected, and currently for the vote by Sister Ana Sophia, it is also been rejected. So currently we are now in voting for the original motion, since both amendments have been rejected. All right.
Mr.
So now,
Speaker,
yes.
can I ask request to the Parliament Commission to give the result in the chat box? Who reject? How many reject? How many abstain? And how many accept? Thank you.
Yes, we'll be entertaining that. If possible, Parliament Commission, can you insert the results for the first voting, second voting? Thank you very much. So without much delaying time, I think we will also be proceeding with the voting for the third motion. Please be reminded that observers may only give their opinions when all members have done debate, but do not have the power to vote. To all members of Parliament, please cast your vote in the poll provided. The time allocated for voting is 5 minutes. Just a reminder again, the voting currently happening right now is for the original motion, which is the amendment of IIUM Student Union election regulations. I think before we vote, has the voting started?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry because I actually passed this just now. So let me just give a brief summary. So under what we have discussed just now on the issue of amendment of IIUM Student Union election regulations, on my behalf as a speaker, as the deputy speaker of the house, I do believe that the concerns brought up by the student leaders are important actually, because we're talking about the kuliah seats, we're talking about the office seats, we're talking about in which voters will actually be affecting to the union itself, to our union itself. So what I've actually taken note today is that most of the concerns that has been brought up today is first of all in the concerns of turnout voters. So yes, changing the status of kuliah to office will most likely be affecting turnouts, whether it is or not. But how big it will be based on our future elections. Secondly, in terms of inclusivity, yes, we do acknowledge, and I will also I do think that the importance of per kuliah and also per general seats are important. However, the bigger distinction that we see now is actually having to debate properly. And I believe throughout the debate just now, we did have a lot of recurrent and repeating arguments, a lot of repeating statements, which one, not only does it make the discussion in the parliament itself stagnant, but also it doesn't progress from where do we go from the original discussion we have. So in this discussion, I do note that there are a lot of importances, especially for, first of all, in terms of manifestos. I think that's also a big concern that has been brought up by several different speakers, such as being the manifestos proposed by the candidates, whether it is for the kuliah or for the office seats. And other than that, from another concern is between the larger numbers through disproportions of the voters, and other points such as having to us to be actually be I believe student mediators here, and also let me see. One of the I think biggest points actually I can conclude, I think, from Brother Faris, the concern of being representation versus competency. I think that is the biggest concern. However, I do think that even though today's discussion was a bit heated up, it did go on back and forth through sometimes the same points. At the end of the day, the votes that all of us will have to be voting currently right now will be affecting the future of the union itself. So that's all for the conclusion of the debate just now. I'm so sorry I had to add a summary just to actually just conclude, because I think the lengthy discussion that we had is best to actually be reiterated in a simpler manner. So inshallah, hopefully the voting for currently we're having right now will be the best for our union, inshallah. There's a concern by Brother Daniel. Can one of the Parliament Commission members help with Brother Daniel? Currently, he cannot vote. I believe the panel has disappeared. To answer Brother Daniel, I believe the polling for the Zoom has ended supposedly, and because it's a technicality issue, assuming that we do, because it has ended, we cannot reopen it. If we do reopen it, the voting will have to restart with every member of the parliament having to re-vote again. I'm very sorry, Brother Daniel. Okay, so now seeing the time now is 1:25 p.m. Uh, uh, Also, one of the concerns by the Parliament Commission is that since the voting just now has already achieved a simple majority, that is why we ended the voting. So that means that a confirmed simple majority of the voting has already been accepted, and because of the simple majority, we've waited for around 1 minute, and that's why we already decided to close it. It wasn't closed by accidental. So I don't. At the current moment, the voting has closed, because of the achievement of the simple majority for the motion itself. All right. So now the time is 1:26 p.m. The result of the third motion, which is the amendment of the IIUM Student Union Election Regulation, is accepted with a vote of 24, 12 against, and 3 abstaining. Therefore, the motion has been accepted. Thank you very much. So that concludes all three motions that have been presented today. So before we close today's sitting, there will be just a slight reminder from the Parliament Commission and me myself as the Deputy Speaker. Right. So I believe that today, since it's an emergency Parliament sitting, it is something that is not only a small matter that's been discussed, but actually involves the whole unit itself, the full campus of Gombak, Kuantan, and Pakoh. One of the concerns that we did reach out today was that supposedly our parliament sitting was supposed to start at around 8:30. However, due to the delay, but I believe we haven't achieved quorum. It has been delayed around 40 minutes from the start of it. And I do believe all of us, me including, as student leaders, it is not only our obligation to attend to our duties in our offices, in our own localities, but also towards some other inclusivity, such as being part of the parliament itself. And because of this, because of the delay that we have today, the parliament itself, we had to delay and also cut short some of the discussions. I think will be very prominent in actually discussing this. Because the motions that we have today, it doesn't only involve like around 2 to 3 months, not only just for this future tenure, but also for the future tenures that will come over. And the union itself, in discussing this, is important for us as student leaders, in identifying and discussing properly, and we stay here in our proper debate platform for us to actually discuss the important things. And towards today that we have discussed, I do believe that's important for us to see, not only as us, for example, in our own respective communities, such as the student union, your KBSCs or MRCCs, because at the end of the day, we get the union that we find, all of us. So the discussions that we have today doesn't only go in between in parliament or also after parliament, but it goes between, during, and after. And I do believe that the parliament is one of the most suitable platforms for us to actually voice out as student leaders, not only us as being the student union, the KBSC, but also other different societies as well. And I do believe for future parliament sittings, it is best for us to actually entertain the parliament sitting at its best, to find not only the best and comprehensive ways to address the issues that we have as students, but also as student leaders. Because I do believe in here we have some student leaders who have recently just been elected from their for their new internship. There are people who have been here since last year. People have actually joined for our previous parliament meetings. And I do know that one of the biggest concerns that we have in the parliament is actually to address that issue properly. And the amount of time that we have is very limited, not because we don't want to listen. The Parliament Commission upholds its best interest for all the students, because we know at the end of the day, the discussion that we have goes on for a very long time. If we stop here, if we just stop for just only 2 minutes per speakers, that's going to be a very big problem, because we don't actually have enough time to actually discuss it. And that's why I do believe for future parliament sittings, not only from us in our own respective interests, such as our own niches or our own societies do address it, but every other members of the union, because alhamdulillah, even though all of our motions have been passed, I hope that this goes into a proper order. And I do believe that in future sittings, we can actually discuss this on more general terms, on more narrow terms based on the motion itself. Because I can do see that there's a large discussion that we have today, a discussion that goes on between inter-societies, intra-societies, things that I do believe got heated not because of our different interests, but on our different grounds on what we do believe in. I do hope that at the end of the day, at the end of this parliament sitting, for future sittings to come, whether it is a central parliament, whether it is a locality parliament, we do take good use of this parliament in its best correct term, because all of us are student leaders, presidents, vice presidents, representatives, and these are the important things that we have to address. For the end of this tenureship, that we will be having the election and new tenureships to come, I hope that for the betterment of our union itself, we do take this seriously, because sometimes me myself, I'm disappointed, and truthfully, because I do know from the introduction, I'm a year one, and I know that most of these people here are way older than me. And I do believe that as a person who has just entered into the union, it is best for us to take this opportunity to discuss properly, to find actually the best grounds, not for our own personal interest, but actually for the betterment of the union, whether it is a student union, KBIC, or even the MRCC. So I hope that for our future parliament discussions, first of all, we can come as early as possible to the parliament sitting, whether it is online or physical. Secondly, we take debate and discussion on a proper ground. And third, to actually protect the interests that we have as a union itself, whether it is, but not only as a union, as all of us, the union and also your respective societies. So I believe that's all from me. I thank everyone to actually be having to attend the parliament, even though it's an emergency parliament. So I think that's all from myself. From the Parliament Commission, I do apologize dearly for the time elongated for the lack of discussions that we have. But hopefully, after the Parliament, this discussion will go into place by the Election Commission and also the Student Union. So with that, brothers and sisters, we have reached to the end of our Parliament. On behalf of the Parliament Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to all members for participating into this Parliament. We hope that everyone here has gained important information and discussions that can help for a future campus in IIUM. By the grace of Allah SWT, let us end this parliament with the recitation of dua, tasbih kafarah surat al-As. So before we adjourn, all members of the hall are invited to take pictures for the photography session. You may open your cameras. With that, I pass the floor to the commission members in charge. Thank you for your attendance and time. The IIM Student Parliament Central on the 26th of March 2022 ended at 1:32 p.m. So now is the photography session, inshallah.
I give you 1 minute to open your camera and get ready. One, two, three. One, two, three. Alright. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Allah bless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everyone. Wah, banyak keras Adik.
Okey, tinggal kita je. PC.
Postmortem.
Okey, adik tu angkat boleh.
Keras Adik. Gambar lu. Alamak, Adi ni masuk dalam film.
Background kat mana? Macam mana korang ada background?
Dalam grup dah.
Ada orang dah sing.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Ambil gambar ke ni?
Formal ke? Formal okey.
Formal. Ya, Dini nak masuk.
Macam mana?
Live YouTube.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Kena aku breakdown sakit hati aku.